Good, thanks, Wilson.
Good morning, everybody. It's 9 o'clock. We can kick off this council meeting. And we'll start with in the traditional way with the karakia. Thank you, Councillor O'Brien, if you wouldn't mind.
Morena, kia ora tātou. Mai tua te matariki whakapiri. Ko te raki ainui tātou. Mai e te chipua, mai e te tawhito, mai e te kāhui o nā ariki, mai e tāwhiwhia tiki nā atua, mai e i ara tauma. O i katākina te Māori ko te Māori iau anō, mai i rungi i nei taura, i rungi i tēnei tauwira. Kia tau te Māori i rungi i nei tamai. E tūkuna no te whai oro o tāne te waiora. E nei te matatau kia eke. O ka tū tā rewa ki te rani, uhi, wero, tau mai te Māori, haumi e hui e. Kia ora tātou.
You too. Meeting notices. I've just got to read these out, so just bear with me. Whakatane District Council are now live streaming our council and standing committee meetings held in our Totoro room in the council building. The webcast will live stream directly to council's website and YouTube channel in real time. The purpose of streaming our meetings is to provide greater access to council debate, decision making, and to encourage transparency. For those members of the public here today, all care will be taken to maintain your privacy. However, by remaining in the public gallery, it's understood your consent has been given if your presence is inadvertently broadcast. Please be aware the microphones in our room are sensitive to noise, so please remain quiet throughout the meeting unless asked to speak. Health and safety notices. In case of emergency, please follow the building wardens to make your way to the nearest exit. The meeting point is located across the road at Peace Park, and bathroom facilities are opposite the chamber foyer entrance, the entrance off Margaret Mahi Court. We have a few members that are leaving early today, so we've got to try and get through the public part of this meeting in an efficient manner if we can. There is a funeral for a former mayor of Murupara on. I'll be attending that. That's Bill Whiteman's funeral. So our condolences go to family. And I believe we've already sent flowers and everything.
I'm taking flowers with me, you wish.
Okay, thanks for that. Apologies, we have an apology from Councillor Puller. He may be able to tune in during the meeting at some point, but at the moment he's an apology. I need a mover, Councillor Isles, and a seconder. Councillor Jukes, all those in favour? Against? None. Acknowledgements or tributes. Are there any acknowledgements or tributes?
Yes, me luka, there was an acknowledgement and a mihi out to Jesse Morgan Ranui, who is our Murupara board representative for Waiho and Galatea, and I do believe that's coming up in our papers today. So, wena te mihi atu ki aia.
Thank you, Councillor. Conflicts of interest. Do any members have any conflicts of interest to declare that are related to the business being conducted here today? No?
Sorry? No, I don't have conflicts. I was trying to...
It was a notice.
It was a notice, that was all.
Do you want to give your notice then?
It was just really to acknowledge Matariki this week and all the activities that are happening throughout the Whakatane district. There are quite a few, and just to acknowledge Te Moro Mātātua this morning for the beautiful hautapu ceremony that was held in Ohope, and also Te Rura o Ngāti Murangi are holding whakapiri, a gathering at Manukā Tūtahi Marae today for open to all the public, and I just want to mihi to everybody for acknowledging Matariki, and hope everyone has a great holiday on Friday.
Thank you, Councillor. Welcome to members of the public that I see have come in just in time. There's been no approved public participation or pre-request for public participation for this meeting. So we'll move on to confirmation of minutes. We'll take the first four all together, that the minutes of the following council meetings be confirmed as true and correct records, and we're talking about Ordinary Council meeting of the 2nd of May 2024, the Ordinary Council meeting of 8 to 9 May, the Extraordinary Council meeting of the 23rd of May, and the fees and charges hearing and deliberations of the 26th of October 23. That's one that slipped through the cracks, so it's on there now. Yeah, any observations or errors anybody spotted? If not, can I have a mover, Councillor Jones, second Councillor Boynton. All those in favour? Against? The ayes have it. Section 8 is the standing and joint committee minutes to council, and so I need that a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the following Whakatane District Council standing committees be received. Risk and Assurance Committee minutes of the 17th of May 24, Infrastructure and Planning Committee minutes of the 30th of May, the Environment, Energy and Resilience Committee minutes of the 31st of May, the Living Together Committee minutes of the 6th of June, Finance and Performance Committee minutes of the 13th of June, Chief Executive's Performance and Support Committee minutes of the 6th of May, the 16th of May and the 5th of June. I can see that committee's been rather busy lately for obvious reasons. So do I have anyone got any corrections they want to make on those? No? Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Boynton moves. Councillor Tanchos seconds it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody. Section 9 is the Mayor's Report, pages 14 to 31. Recommendation is on page 14. I'm happy to take the report as read. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I would make a couple of extra comments. Since I wrote my report, the GDP figures have come in from New Zealand, so we're out of recession apparently. It's a technical issue, so but I did note that while we're out of technical recession, that's GDP for the entire country, but GDP per capita has dropped by 0.3% in a quarter, making it the 6th quarter in a row of GDP per capita a decrease. So I don't think anyone's going to notice the difference between the GDP wobbling around by a few fractions of a percent. In terms of my climate commentary, I read an article by Chloe Swarbrick just recently, and she made a good point in respect of National's position on climate matters. Our country is only a very small contributor to total world emissions, global emissions. But she made the point that if you added up all of the countries that are responsible for less than 2% of emissions, they total 40% of total emissions. So what individual countries do does matter if they act together. Those are my only comments for the Mayor's report at the moment. But if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Councillor Dennis.
Just scrolling back up to it. Just in regard to your comment on the economic climate, where it talks about the CPI inflation, expected that annual CPI returns to be within the committee's 1 to 3% target range by the end of 2024. So does that mean if that's going to come back below 3% by the end of 2024, what effect is that going to have on our long-term plan, please?
Well, I mean, if it's in the 3% target range, then I think that's effectively where we're sitting for our projections. Is that not right, Gary?
Yeah, absolutely.
So those ballpark anyway.
So that won't make any difference in the rates that we get for borrowing our money from the government fund?
No, because we haven't projected the future based on today. We've projected for the LTP based on the assumptions we think, and this is in line with those assumptions.
Thank you.
Well, these are, RBNZ forecasts, and forecasts are forecasts, so they'll always come true. So I think we have to be prepared for anything, actually, in the present climate.
Just the other one on page 20, Mayor Luca, is that in 5.6 at the end of the first paragraph, you say that you responded to the Councillor Kevin Winters from Regional Bay of Plenty Council that the possibility of using targeted rather than equalised rate was certainly not off the table. Isn't that, I find that a bit surprising that you've said that, because this council for the last 15 years has promoted equalised rates and deliberately steered away from targeted rates. So I was wondering on what basis our representatives at that table were able to say that without consulting with the whole council.
Well, I think that council hasn't really had a detailed discussion about how those rates will be levied, and those were the responses we made at the time, so I'm just communicating how we responded.
But in the past, we actually deliberately went away from targeted rates because of the evidence presented to the council back then. That was a far fairer way of doing the rates than targeted. But that's all right. I'll leave that alone. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a discussion we will have again in the future, even if we have had some of it. But both our CE and myself responded in that way, and yeah. If there are no further questions, can I have a mover and a seconder? Oh, sorry.
Just on page 19, 5.3, you kind of moot the idea of putting some restrictions around submissions to long-term plan and presumably other matters before council. I just say I'd be really cautious about restricting how people can submit to council. I think the idea of maybe inviting clubs and organisations to provide some indication of membership as a guideline is a good idea. I'd be very cautious about saying only individuals could submit or anything like that.
I guess I'm mooting a future discussion on that to see if there's any way we can actually do it better. So I've flagged an idea, but it's just an idea. Can I have a second move to Councillor Isles, seconded, Councillor Boynton, all those in favour?
Aye.
Just a point of order, Mayor Luca, going back to the moving of the minutes from the previous standing committees. You lumped all 8 of them together, and I noticed on the last 3, the 6th of May, 16th of May and the 5th of June, Tony Boynton, Councillor Boynton moved those. I didn't think Councillor Boynton was actually present at all 3 of those meetings. I think she was present at 1 or 2, but was she present at all 3? And if that's the case, you can't move it.
Oh, yeah,
We're receiving the
good point.
report.
Yeah, we're receiving the minutes. We're not confirming them as true, correct.
Point taken, thank you.
All right, so now we're on to the Chief Executive's report.
Can I just get clarification over my attendance of those, because it's been questioned, and also to the depending on when I was put onto that committee, I just want to get clarification. There was no need for me to attend those meetings until I became a member of that committee. So I just want to make that clear in case the public feel they assume that I have not bothered to attend a committee that I was not part of.
That's not the point.
Good call, Councillor Boynton, noted.
It's also a different committee. This is the Chief Executive, the panel, whereas that's actually the committee which Councillor Boynton is not a member of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Executive's report, page 32. Will you be speaking to a Chief Executive?
Morena tātou.
Report was tabled.
Manawatia Matariki koutou. Lovely to see you all, and nice to be online today. That's my last CE report for my tenure here. I was trying to count how many pages and how many reports I've done in 5.5 years. So that's my last one. I want to acknowledge Kay Borum for her help with these reports as well. Kay's obviously off very unwell at the moment, so I wanted to just acknowledge Kay for her help. I'm happy to take the report as read. I think Victor's covered off other meetings and issues that we've been dealing with in this past 7 weeks. And my report really just talks to the LTP and summarises sort of my reflections of the last the last sort of 5.5 years. But something that I do want to, a couple of things that I do want to acknowledge, sorry, that aren't in the report, but have been in the loops to you. Just the improvement in the working relationship with just the enhancement of the working relationship with the police. So in this last 7 weeks, we've had a number of issues where we've had to work quite closely with the police, and it's been really heartening to see that partnership working really well. So I just want to acknowledge the Area Commander, Nikki Cooney, and the leadership that she's providing across the district. And the other aspects to that report that isn't there, and I apologise isn't there, but I just wanted to acknowledge that the work that we're doing in the financial and commercial space between what Gary's leading and Steve's leading, I think are going to be really important pieces of work going forward too. When I reflected on the last 5.5 years, and I think about going forward for the next 5.5 years, the credit rating, the setting of a really wise LTP, and the work that Stephen's doing in the commercial space are really important pieces of work. And I reflect on, again, I think I said it in my report, that there doesn't tend to be silver bullets or short-term fixes in local government. Things are long-term, and I think some of that work that we've been doing and just chipping away at, I'll be really watching with interest to see as they come to fruition the difference that they'll make for the district and for council in terms of our financial bottom line and our ability to create a commercial revenue stream if we can going forward. And I think that will make future LTPs just a little bit easier, although I don't expect LTPs will ever be easy. So it was a reflection through my report there about a whole range of things we've been up to over the last few years, and the wins we've had, and amidst quite a few headwinds actually that we've had. So, but I'm happy to take any questions from councillors. And greetings of Matariki to you all.
Do we have to formally accept the table document or not? I'm happy to move that we accept the Chief Executive's table document.
Second.
Councillor Riles, all those in favour?
Aye.
Any questions for Chief Executive? No? It was a good read. Thank you for that. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Mover to Councillor James, seconded. Councillor Riles. All those in favour? Aye. Against? The ayes have it.
Your Worship, I'd like to propose that we move something. I'm not sure if now's the best time, but if it's looking at the calendar, I think this is the last public council meeting while Steph's still with us. So I think it'd be appropriate to move something to thank her for her excellent service to this council and to our district, and for the strategic focus she's brought to our council, all the work she's done, the achievements as outlined in her report, and the really important rewiring that she's done of this organisation, which was so needed and well implemented.
So Susan, did you catch all that? Sounds reasonable to me from what I heard.
We don't have to make the actual motion quite as long.
Well, it read like a motion. So moved.
Would you like me to read one?
Yes, please.
Council thank the Chief Executive for her excellent service to the Council and the District and her strategic focus in assisting the Council.
There was more, but
That will do. Okay, moved Councillor Tanchos.
Oh, and can we just add, and we wish her well in her new role in Waipawa District.
The seconder, Councillor James. All those in favour?
Aye.
Yes, the ayes have it. Thank you, Chief Executive. We're in the reports section. Declaration of results for the Murupara Community Board by-election. I presume that General Charisse will be speaking to it.
Morena koutou, thank you, Mayor.
Pages 33 to 35 of the agenda, folks.
Sorry, I'm just aware that Councillor Boynton actually was quite keen to make a comment on that motion. We didn't get a chance to discuss it.
Just firstly, Tēnā koe e Stephanie mō tō mahi, mō tō kaha, ki te tautoko i a tātou, kaunihira, i te tautoko i a tātou iwi I roto I te rohe nei, I a tātou hāpori. He tino whakanui koe mō tō mahi. So I just want to acknowledge the mahi that you've done, and also I do recall the day that you were welcomed on here back in 2019, and that was I recall that, and it was good and fresh to see somebody who had the ability to bring two worlds together, and I just want to acknowledge you for that work and for your leadership. And often we don't realise what we have until it's not here, because we are all in the thick of things, and things are just happening as we deem to be normal. And I just wish you all the best in your new journey, and look forward to seeing you again at other LGNZ and local government. So just a big mihi to you for your mahi.
Thank you, Councillor.
Kia ora.
So I did move the motion, but I would like to make a couple of comments as well, actually, because I've said this often in the retiring room, and I just wanted to also mihi to Steph. I'm just mindful of how far we've come as an organisation in the time you've been here, Steph. I remember when I first came onto this council, the reports to our council were really tied up in a lot of minor operational matters. Our financial reporting was pages and pages of spreadsheets that were impossible to make strategic sense of. And in your time here, that's changed. The level of conversation we have around our council table is much higher. It's at a strategic level. It's at a governance level. It's the place where it needs to be, where we get to debate the right kind of questions in terms of the levers available to us as councillors to really determine things. I feel like in this last LTP as a council, we've had more control, more understanding, more knowledge of what's contained in the LTP. We're able to say that it's our LTP as councillors. It's not driven by staff. Actually, the key decisions all the way through were made by councillors, and so we're able to own that LTP. And so I really want to acknowledge that, and also the fact that when you came in, the organisation was wired in an idiosyncratic way, and you were prepared to have the courageous conversations to actually get to the bottom of why that was and resolve it and rewire things in a kind of more rational manner. And I think the organisation's a whole lot better for it. And then I'd also add that the focus, as Tony has said, the focus you've brought in terms of relationship building, the relationships we now have with tangata whenua in our district are another entirely different level from where they were when I first came into this council. And that's a huge credit to you. And also the relationships we have with other stakeholders in the community, like the Contractors Forum and things like that. And the work that we've done as an organisation on climate change, which I know you've been hugely supportive and you've been an important part of that as well. So I think that you've done a huge amount for this organisation, and I really want to mihi to you. And to say I'm sad that you're going, but I think you'll do wonders for Waipa as well.
Thank
Ngā
you.
mihi, Councillor Tanshos. If I may, me, Victor, just wanted to say thank you. It's very humbling hearing those comments, and I just want to acknowledge Councillor Tanshos for his role over the last sort of 3.5 years as Chair of the Chief Executive's Performance and Support Committee. We've had some pretty trying times in that time, and I just want to acknowledge the role and the support that I've had from Councillor Tanshos and the members of the Chief Executive's Committee as well. So thank you very much, and thank you for those lovely comments. I'm going to miss Whakatane District Council a lot too, but local government's one big whānau, and I'll look forward to continuing to be hearing of the journey of Whakatane, and certainly won't be going missing in action, be coming back. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tanshos, for that historical précis that not all of us can provide anyway. But thanks very much. Charisse, if you.
Through you as Chair, thank you, and good morning to you all. So this report presents to you the final declaration of results for the Murupara Community Board by-election. It's the third by-election for the current triennium. We've had 2 for the Galatea Waiaho subdivision and 1 for the Murupara subdivision. As a result of the resignation from Member King Bannon, we've received 2 nominations, one for Mr Jesse Morgan Ranui and another for Mansan Kiriopa. With the outstanding results of 107 votes and through the acknowledgement of Councillor Rangiaho, it is with a big congratulations and warm welcome that we say congratulations to Mr Jesse Morgan Ranui, and Mr Member Ranui will be sworn in at the next Murupara Community Board meeting, which will take place on Monday, 29 July. So I'll take the report as read and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Isles?
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for that, Suresh. Just going back to page number 33, item 4, the by-election results. It states in the second to last paragraph, a total of 107 votes were received. In actual fact, that's not correct, because on page 35, Mr Kiriopa received 23 votes and Mr Ranui 107, so in total there were 130 votes received.
Correct, so that's a correction. So the 107 votes is specific to Member Ranui. So happy to correct that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isles. Any further questions on that report? Councillor Tanchos?
It's kind of not as much of a question, apologies, but I thought it was interesting that there was no informal votes and no blank votes, and that's quite good because it's people could often get confused by the voting patterns and so on, so it's quite good to see that people are really clear what they're doing with those.
Well, if there are no further questions, can I have a mover? Councillor Isles, seconder, please. Councillor Tanchos. Any commentary, discussions? Let's hope that it's the last by-election in Murupara for the triennium.
Time.
Thank you, Mayor Luca.
Okay, well, I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour? Against? Next report. Excuse me. This is on page 36 to 40. It's the submission to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council Representation Review. And Volta will be speaking to it by the look of it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, tēnā koutou katoa. Hopefully another fairly straightforward paper here. The purpose of this paper is to seek your approval for WDC submission to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's Representation Review. So you'll recall last week on Wednesday we had a discussion on this topic. I think most of you were present at that discussion and received your feedback and your sentiments and used those to inform our drafting of our submission. So perhaps for the benefit of those that weren't here, or perhaps for just your recollection, I'll just go over a couple of the key points from the submission and from the topic. So the representation arrangements that are decided through this process will be in place for the next 2 political terms. So that's the elections from 2025 through to the term that ends in 2028, and then from 2028 through to 2031, sorry. So in terms of our submission, the proposal that the Bay of Plenty Regional Council put forward is for status quo. So that's 14 elected representatives across the district, made up of 11 from general wards and 3 from their Māori wards. For us, for the Eastern Bay of Plenty, that's comprised of 3 elected representatives of those 14. So 2 of those are general ward seats, so that's essentially Whakatane District, Kawerau District and the Opotiki District combined, and 1 from the Kohi Māori ward, which covers essentially the same area as well. So we have 3 of those 14 seats representing the Eastern Bay of Plenty. So as I said, thank you for sharing your sentiments. I think overall our position is that we support the continuation of the status quo, but we do take the time to make a couple of extra points in our submission. One of those is that there's, I guess, a risk that is current, but will only be perpetuated by population change. That's, you know, the patterns of population change, which is that the Western Bay of Plenty, including Tauranga and Western Bay of Plenty District, are quite heavily represented because that's where the population mass is. So although over 60% of the land mass is in the Eastern Bay of Plenty, we only have 20% of seats. So that's a risk, and that's something that through probably the next representation review in 6 years' time, some of those seats might change to have even stronger representation in the West. So through this submission, we're just starting to sow the seeds about that concern. The other key point was really around just continuing to support the Māori ward structures that Bay Plenty Regional Council have in place. They're not testing those. They have put up different options for changing the boundaries of those, but again, have selected to retain the status quo as part of their proposal. But particularly in light of what's happening at a national level and the flavour of our recent submission to central government, we've just made the point of supporting that Māori ward structure. So that's about it from me. I think if there's any further changes that you want to make to the submission that's attached to the report, then we'll have to make those before providing it through to Bay Plenty Regional Council. And the other thing was, following your request from the discussion last week, we provided the unapproved submission through to our neighbouring councils as well.
Thank you, Walter. Does anybody have any questions or clarification on the report to start with? I have a mover then. Mover Councillor O'Brien, seconded Councillor James. Discussion. Anyways, I'd like to say thank you, Walter, because all of these submissions that we're doing take a lot of time and effort, and you've got to be on your game, and you do a really good job of it. Sometimes you get the impression it's a thankless job, but we have to put them in. We have to try anyway. So thanks very much for your efforts in the department. Councillor James?
You know, I'd just like to agree with your comments. I was going to make the same comments. Job well done, Walton. I'd rather you be doing them than me.
All right, so we've moved in a second for those two recommendations there. One, that the report be received, and then the council approves the submission attached to this report from the Whakatane District Council to the Bay Plenty Regional Council. So all those in favour? Aye. Yes. Report. Third report. Thank you, Walter. Pages 41 to 81. Recommendations are on page 41, and Kashi and Lainey, is it? Both will speak to it. Got some slides, I believe.
Morena tātou. While Kashi's setting up the slides, as the current manager responsible for climate change, I just want to mark this moment because this is drawing to a close a really significant process. As you know, the initial climate change strategy for Whakatane District Council was adopted 3 years ago, and in the last 9 to 12 months, Kashi's come and led a process of reviewing that strategy and ensuring it's fit for purpose. And she has done that brilliantly with consistency, with patience, with professionalism, and with a real emphasis on collaboration with our community. So I want to thank Kashi on behalf of certainly the staff, and also to thank you because you have provided your direction and your support throughout the process. So I will now hand over to Kashi to lead us through the highlights of the report.
Morena koutou, councillors, Your Worship. I have got a few slides, but they appear to be not showing on the screen internally. I'm not sure if they're available online, but I can just talk through.
Gives it a chat.
Take me off the screen so you can have a screen for your PowerPoint.
Nice try.
No, Perry, you can't disappear.
Yeah. Reboot. Oh, well, you can start speaking, Kashi, just very slowly while we're trying. Okay. Thank you.
Apologies for that, and good morning. So I really just wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge the process that we've been through on this journey to get to today, and also the people who have been involved in the development of the climate change strategy. This is a major milestone for the council and the district on our climate change journey, and so I did want to take the opportunity to have a few slides, but I will be brief. Firstly, just as a reminder, we've been going through this process for the last year. Back right at the beginning, the council has identified a desire to have a climate change strategy that was broader, involved more community input, and actually empowered and encouraged community action alongside council action. So we went through a process of developing a draft strategic framework. We did some prioritisation around actions for an action plan, and ultimately developed a climate change response, which was consulted on alongside the long-term plan. The project team who have been involved in this process had a bit of a debrief yesterday to reflect back on how the process had gone, and a couple of things that we really highlighted. One was the thoroughness of the process, and therefore the comprehensiveness of the end result. So I think that's really important to acknowledge. The fact that we've been quite adaptive through the process. There's been quite a bit of change, both internally in terms of resource, but also looking at the political and economic environment externally as well. So we've adapted the process as we've gone. But also acknowledging that we are still continuing on the journey. There's still much work to do. And one area in particular is around continued engagement, and particularly with our iwi partners, as we work with the Māori Policy Hub, or iwi Policy Hub, to where appropriate for council to help iwi develop their climate aspirations as well, or work around collaboration in that space. So that's definitely an area for priority going forwards. In terms of the process, we wanted to be a lot more collaborative, so we developed a governance structure with the technical advisory group, the community panel, and the youth panel, all feeding through into a steering group. And I think that process has added a lot of value to the thoroughness of the documents produced, and also just really ensured that community-led approach going forward. So I think the end result, our climate pathway, is a district-wide community-led strategy, and it really provides that framework for collaboration and collective action moving forward. So it is a really good document for us to work with our community to deliver on. The purpose of today is for council to adopt it, and just to acknowledge that this isn't council taking ownership of it as a council document. It is very much a community document, and council may wish to consider through the resolutions encouraging other organisations to also think about how they might take on board and adopt the strategy as part of their organisation too. So the actual strategic framework was tweaked slightly through submissions. The steering group reviewed all of the submissions and feedback from the consultation and have suggested some changes, and they're incorporated into the document that you have in front of you. And the targets that were set, these are just the emission targets, but these are based on the Climate Change Commission's adaptation path, and so they're based on evidence-based and a national approach. So these haven't changed from the draft that you've seen previously. One of the things I do want to acknowledge is that, again, you will have received as part of your agenda a big, fairly ugly Excel spreadsheet type document, which is hard to read. And so I just wanted to quickly touch on this. When this goes out to the community, we have developed an interactive tool that will be on the website to make it a lot more digestible for our community. As you know, the actions include community-led actions and council-led actions. And of the council-led actions, some of them are funded and some of them are signalled as not currently funded. I think that actually provides a really healthy tension to show that whilst we have ambition to be able to deliver more, actually within kind of current financial and economic constraints, these are the ones we're able to deliver at the moment. But it does present a really good opportunity for potentially getting external funders on board to try and help us deliver further. So of the 229 actions that we've got in our action plan, I'm just going to quickly quickly show you. This is the interactive tool which will be available on our website. There's a summary page where the community can click if they're interested, particularly in, say, leadership, and if they want to know just what are the litigation actions, and then again, which are just the actions that council have budgeted. They can have a look on here and see there's 4 actions. 3 of them come under subjective and another one. So not talking you through this, but just wanting you to be aware of this that will exist, so the community can come and drill down. And then if they want even further detail, they can look through the whole list of actions and do a search just on an action number, or for example, they might come in here and look for the word food, or it's not live just yet, but they can go through and filter on various components. They can look at just action numbers. They can filter by things like land use, or by whether it's a short-term or a council-led action. So it just gives something a lot more interactive for the community to be able to. So just wanted to draw your attention to that before we get going, but happy to answer any questions on the report itself.
Any questions for the 2 ladies? No? Councillor Tanchos?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for this piece of work. It's a huge piece of work, and it continues on the journey we've been on for a number of years now. Takes it to another level, and I really like the fact that it's really thinking about how do we work with the community to not just look at our own organisational missions, but across the whole district. So I think that's really great, and I really like the interactive thingy. It's always great to have something you can, play around with and push buttons and find more information and stuff. So I really like all that stuff. So thank you for that. I have a few questions. The first one is, that's a huge list of action points, and you've said that some of them are funded and some of them aren't, which is understandable. What's the process for kind of prioritising? And as we go through and in future years where we look to fund other parts of it, what's the process for prioritising what are the most essential things to fund at any one time?
I can just say that through the process we did provide a prioritised ranking based on a multi-criteria analysis for every one of the actions, so we have got that information that obviously helps to make sure we're prioritising focus on delivery in specific areas.
Then we take that prioritisation and we lock it into an annual implementation plan to start with, which will kind of hone in on those more immediate actions. And that's going to be the work that kind of carries through now back into our team. And we have an organisational team that we draw on, so we meet monthly to check in on the progress of the actions that kind of intersect with lots of different teams. So that's our next kind of piece of work as we roll into the new financial year, is to actually bring that to life in an annual plan, essentially, for the climate change strategy.
Supplementary for you. So and so that prioritisation and multi-criteria analysis, does that include? So I remember when we first started on this journey, Kashi, one of the things that you said was we need to start with some benchmarking. We need to get some good figures. And it was like that was a foundational piece of work, which wasn't necessarily the kind of had the biggest outcome, but it's like you need that in place to do this. So that kind of catalytic action, is that part of that analysis as well? Like, what are the things that are going to make other change cascades possible?
Yeah. So definitely one of the considerations was that knock-on impact, or something needs to happen before something else can happen. So, and part of the process all the way through has been, I guess, about council originally was focused on getting our house in order to then go out and have that wider impact, and that's probably the stage where we're at now. Is okay, we've done quite a bit internally. How can we maximise the benefit of that by enabling and empowering the community action? So again, I guess that kind of knock-on impact, the next step moving forward, and retaining that monitoring, so we know that we can tell the benefits that we've managed to achieve as well through that process.
I've got a bunch of stuff. Does other people want to go first, or shall I just keep going?
Any other questions? Looks like you've got the floor.
Thank you. Lainey, you talked about kind of internal organisational teams. Again, when we started on this journey, there was we had like a kind of a strategic leadership team, and then we had a team of people who were like right in the implementation end of things. Is this a continuation of those same teams, or are they different people? Like how does that relate to that trajectory that happened in the past?
So I guess the governance structure that Kashi just went through in terms of technical advisory, the youth panel and the community panel, and then the steering group is mainly external to our organisation, but there are key senior managers in that setup, such as Jeff Farrell, who you'll know, who's been working a lot on the adaptation, risk assessments, and so he and his team and the planning team as well, particularly those involved in the spatial plan, we meet internally. So as a sort of, I wouldn't say a kind of necessarily an internal steering group, but there is a structure there that we haven't necessarily formalised, but it sort of meets in a kind of as needed way to make sure that there's visibility across all of the internal projects that connect. Because although we have climate change sitting in the strategy and policy team at the moment, as you know, we hope with the long-term plan that we will be able to resource that with its own identity in the organisation, which will help for visibility. But at the moment, essentially, we kind of coordinate and manage the internal awareness, I suppose, education, to make sure that climate change considerations are feeding into every aspect of our council business. And we've seen some huge shifts even in the time that I've been here in that. So definitely the awareness is increasing through all of those activities.
And so that kind of ad hoc grouping will become formalised through this?
Yes, so the climate change team will take ownership of that when we expect it to be implemented in February next year. In the meantime, I act as the kind of caretaker of that, and I currently convene those meetings. They happen monthly, but we also in between times make sure that any projects, such as the climate change risk assessment workshop last week, we made sure that there were representatives from our team as well as other teams, transport teams and so on. So it is infused, and it will become more and more embedded. Yeah.
So the climate change team will take the lead in organising those, but it will still involve people from across the organisation. Yeah. Thank you. You talked about education. It's something I was really interested in. Again, one of the early things that was introduced, Kashi, was some education. I know we were recognised nationally for some of the education that we had available, and other councils were coming to us to our websites to go through that stuff. And that's one of the targets as well, is around internal education. How well has that gone through? Like, do we have a lot of people in the organisation who've been through those education processes, or is there still a long way to go? Where are we with that?
It's in progress, I would say. I think it's hit certain teams more so far, and that's naturally the open spaces team, for example. There's a lot of energy in that team through the tree strategy and the tree policy, and making sure that those intersect with our wider kind of energy and emissions aspects of what we're trying to do. There is an energy management group as well, which is led by Georgina. And so there are certain teams. Transport team has been particularly active in the education space, and making sure that part of their onboarding actually does touch on the emission side of things. The Three Waters team have been really active. There are other teams where probably we need to, now that it's working, we need to kind of make sure that there's more emphasis on bringing those teams to the same level. Yeah, it's ongoing work.
That's really great.
What I might just add with that is, in the strategy we do have targets looking at the staff training and the use of the e-learning portal, which is the thing on the website that and so I think part of the next stage will probably be reviewing that e-learning portal, because there's new information constantly available, so making sure that that's up to date, but actually trying to formalise a process for staff to go through that e-learning portal and record and acknowledge the number of staff in a similar way to we might do for civil defence training, for example, actually having a number of staff and it being part of the onboarding process for new staff as well.
Cool, that's great. I'll just have to, because I've got a few things to go through, so I'll just... Again, I think there's some discussion of the reporting, climate change reporting that comes through to council. And again, one of the objectives behind introducing climate change reporting, because it was only brought in, you know, as we started this journey, was around that it would drive the people when they're putting the reports together, because there's a question there, it would drive the need to understand more, and it would drive people to think more about climate change when they're making the decisions that are coming through the reporting. Is that actually happening? Like, do we feel that that's driving change?
I believe it is, and I can say that from an example where quite early in my time here, there were some purchasing decisions that were being made that were being driven mainly from a cost perspective, but through conversations with particularly the Energy Action Group internally, supported by MSOL, we were able to identify that actually there were comparable products that actually had a less detrimental effect. It was around refrigerant, and actually there was a shift, and that has now flowed through into the procurement policy that's currently under development. And so those kind of broader outcomes, scope 3 considerations, all of those things are being normalised. It's early days. There are still kind of some decisions that perhaps, we could do a little bit better with considering those things, but I think I'm definitely seeing signs of change in that space.
And that's great. And the work that's being done will lead to more of that. So that's really good. It seems extraordinary things like energy efficiency weren't part of the procurement before. It was just an upfront cost, and not looking at the life cost of it.
I think efficiency was always there, but perhaps not so much kind of the potential impact. So, actually energy efficiency has always been a priority. But for example, the chemicals that are used in the products themselves, there's just, constantly more data and knowledge coming through about that and the implications. So it is definitely an ever-changing environment that we're operating in, and we're constantly learning.
The other question I had on page 68 was around, it talks about the incorporating climate change into asset management planning, considering protection, retreat design. Again, is that, how are we must be down that path. I would have thought that our asset managers were already looking at it.
I think so.
Yeah, and so I'd say there will be some of these actions that we could already be ticking to say that we're delivering on them. They're not necessarily all new actions, but it is a place to define all the actions that we're delivering on, and obviously that's a very critical part of how council can make an impact, is ensuring through those asset management plans. But it absolutely is already a consideration through asset management plans and infrastructure strategy.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I've just got two more. To expand this out to read it. Actually, no, I've already done that one. So my last one, just going back to page 55, and it was just on this map of the district in the plan. It's a snapshot of climate change hazards in the Whakatane district on page 55 of the report, page 55 of the plan. And I was just interested because, again, I remember sitting in a car with you, Kashi, going out to Murupara some years ago, and we were talking about the fire hazard from Kaingaroa Plains. And in this, this map identifies forestry in the Kaingaroa forest, but if the key that talks about increased fire weather isn't there on the map, it's only kind of in a couple of coastal areas, and I was just trying to understand that.
So this is, the map is designed based on data and reports delivered by Tonkin and Taylor for the regional council. So I'm not sure on what basis fire was not considered a hazard. I mean, drought is obviously showing on there, and those two potentially can go hand in hand. But whether, based on the rating criteria, it wasn't high enough to make it onto this map, because obviously this is the key risks as opposed to all of the risks. But we can definitely refer back to the original report just to check that's what level it's showing and whether it would be appropriate to include.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I didn't understand it or something.
It's also one thing we could think about doing as we do implement the strategy and keep kind of evolving and adapting to the new information coming through. And this relates to a presentation I was at recently where Horizon Energy Group showed us the data that they're using through NIWA to model looking out 5, 10, 50 years. And in terms of the fire and the temperature rise risk and the rainfall risk and so on. And actually we could look to provide in our interactive dashboard kind of some of those projections so that people can understand how it's changing, not just how it is right now. So there's probably an aspect we can look at there as well. I think it's in the action plans.
Yeah.
So,
and I mean, this is a very high level of the risk analysis work which Jeff is commencing, and so there will be a lot more information. And one of the key actions is around making sure that information is produced in a way that's locally relevant and engaging for our communities. So having very localised community risk information. So yeah, that's all part of, I suppose, the next level down of project that's just commencing underway by Jeff.
Was it a thing on Tuesday, I think it was, that Mawera organised with some volcanologists and earthquake experts and climate scientists, and they were talking about the need to have a kind of single portal where all this information is found. So I presume we'd be tied into that. They introduced me to a website, searise.takiwa.co, that was mapping sea level rise. I thought it was quite interesting. But you'd be aware of all that stuff, right?
Yeah, and part of the updating the strategy, we've also tried to do a bit of a refresh of the website and all of that useful information and links on there. So just making sure that we're as much as possible providing easy access for our community through our pages. Yeah.
Thank you. That's fantastic.
Thank you. Now that Councillor Tangshaws has finished with his questioning, can I have a mover and a seconder? Mover, Councillor Isles. Seconder, Councillor James. For all of those recommendations, 1 to 5. Any comments?
Yeah, I actually had a question. Let put my hand up. Just in regard to page 57, the diagram there talks about the Whakatane District Council emissions from the council itself. 65% of wastewater plant sewage, etc., puts out quite a bit of tonnes of carbon dioxide. Why doesn't that show up on the map on page 56? And I know that's regard to the whole district and the public, etc. Is it because it's so minimal?
Yeah, so if you think about the district's emissions as a whole, the portion that is Whakatane District Council is very small. So wastewater is an even smaller portion of that. But when you look at it just on the scale of our...
So obviously it takes up 65% of our council emissions. So in regard to the whole government push, etc., on the trying to eliminate global warming, would there be some funding available from the government just to try and reduce our emissions just from our wastewater plants in regard to assisting us to change our wastewater plants over so we don't have the ponding effect?
Yeah, I'd say obviously through the changes in the pre-water space, we were hopeful that that opportunity would create some improvements to the wastewater systems. The wastewater treatment plants are required to have upgrades because of the consents coming to an end. So I guess as that consenting process happened, it would be good if that opportunity to reduce emissions was a key component of that. In terms of the availability of external funding or funding from government, I don't have an answer for you on that.
Just one more, please. So do you think with the change in government there's less of an importance in funding reductions in carbon footprint like that through those means?
It's a very political question, Councillor. I think that the priorities of this government are potentially different from the priorities of the previous government.
And all these stats relate in the fact that not wanting to fund infrastructure in the district. So, okay, thank you, Mayor Luca.
Yeah, I was going to make some comments along those lines. This government's on the record as saying you can't go green if you're in the red. And I would argue that if you're not going green, you will be in the red. And that's exactly the sort of things we're starting to see. I thank the Climate Change Steering Group for the work it's doing. It really has to be a grassroots type approach. I came across a report in The Guardian recently reporting on some survey figures done by French agencies of 26 countries. And our cousins across the ditch don't fare too well. They're right down the bottom of the list. Australia has one of the lowest rates of people acknowledging that climate disruption is caused by humans. I think more than 40% of Australians don't think that that's the case. If you look at the survey result for Australians are the least likely to think that the costs of climate impacts and pollution will outweigh the costs of acting on the problems. Again, Australia's down the bottom of the list of 26 countries. They are our cousins. I assume that we could, roughly speaking, think that would be similar, which to me indicates or touches on some of the points that Councillor Tenshos was making, that education is key here. People really have to understand what's going on. I mean, the science is clear. And if anything, it's underestimated. The IPCC is very conservative in estimates that it throws out. But there's some academic work that's coming out that shows that we're, and I pointed to some of that in my mayoral report, that we're really underestimating what's going on. It's more than 20 years has passed since the Stern report, which said that if we took climate action, it would cost this much of GDP, and if we did nothing, it would cost 2 or 3 times 2 or 3 times GDP or more than that. So there is a serious cost to, to inaction here. But unfortunately, we're a small community. Most people are tapped out. We don't have the resources. Many of us around this table would like to spend more money in this area, but the community's stretched. This is the sort of thing that government needs to bring its heavy artillery to. And I think we really do have to realise that money is an artificial construct. It's a social thing. It's created from thin air, and if we don't use it for the right things, then it's just not going to work. So what's really crucial to all of us on this planet is the environment that we live in, and that needs to be fixed. So I guess education is a critical aspect of that, and getting people on board is also critical. So there's lots of work to do in the education space, I think, including around local government, but also out there. So I plan to do my little bit in that area as well. So thank you for the report. Any other commentary? John.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's lots of things we can do that don't cost any money, and you focused on education. That's correct, and it's all those little things, and we can do them simply around our home. So I think we need to focus on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I've shared this before with councillors actually, but people have done academic studies on what individuals can do to limit emissions, and well, one of them is to have one less child. That's number one on the list.
You blew your budget.
I'm just replacement value, my friend. All right. I think we could go on all day, but we won't. So we've had a mover and we have a seconder. So all those in favour for those recommendations, aye.
Aye.
Against? None. Next report. Is the Whakatane District Council proposed fees and charges schedule. Steve, will you be speaking to that? Or
I'll hand over to my colleague.
Thank you.
Pages 82 to 141 of the agenda.
So I don't think any of this will be a surprise to you. In November last year, you voted to adopt the fees and charges commencing on 1st of December 2023, and those fees had been through a full review process. And if you remember, the only change really was at that time, most of them had been adjusted to meet with costs, but the only deferral from those was the airport introduction of landing charges to all aircraft. And it was decided at that time to consult further with the community through the long-term plan consultation process. So that has now happened. The schedule that was approved back in November has now been adjusted with a 2.7% inflation addition to all of the charges except halls and sports fields, because if you remember, those had lifted quite a bit to bring them up to the level of the cost that was being incurred. So the schedule that you have in front of you, the only points to really note are that the airport fees have now been introduced, and that was after the consultation with the airport users group and also confirmation from the Ministry of Transport. The introduction of Murupara refuse transfer station fees is now in there, but as you know, that is only on a trial basis for 12 months. And everything else is simply inflation adjusted. So we're asking if you would adopt those today so that the team can make sure that they can apply from next Monday. Usually that happens in line with the long-term plan or adoption of an annual report, but it doesn't have to. So we have consulted in parallel to the long-term plan. So according to legislation, that does stand up as we have consulted on the fees and charges. As you would remember, there were 16 submissions on the fees and charges and 13 were relating to Murupara and the introduction of the fees at the refuse transfer station. So as you can see from the options analysis, our recommendation is to adopt them, but noting that that will meet with some resistance from the community, particularly Murupara, and we believe that this is the right thing to do for parity, but also we would like you to adopt them so that we can actually implement the charges so that we can make sure there isn't any negative impact on our financial position from the start of the financial year. I think that's it. Any questions?
Councillor Isles?
Thank you, Worship. Lainey, I recall, didn't we say we would delay the charges until the beginning of next year for Murupara?
Not from my memory, no. We said we would start them from July for a year, for 12 months.
I thought we'd agreed to give them a bit of grace, but okay.
It was discussed at length, but it ended up that we proceed with the pilot program for 12 months.
From the 1st of July.
Yeah. Did you?
Question? Councillor Tangos?
No, I was just indicating.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I probably need to speak to that one. We can't implement fees and charges in Murupara without the capital works to change how the transfer station operates in Murupara. So that needs to happen first before you can implement the fees and charges. The fees and charges that we're putting and adopting are standard across the district. So they will apply from 1 July. It'll be the implementation at Murupara, which will start in January once we've done the change to the layout.
So there is a grace period.
It's just when you can implement. Yeah. It's not really a grace period. It's actually we've got to undertake capital works. That shouldn't be a separate item in the fees and charges because they're just standardised rates.
So what we're asking you to do is adopt them because they will apply, but obviously we can't start collecting until the work has carried out.
Right, that's what I thought.
Can I confirm we So Chair, we have reflected that within the draft LTP at the moment, that those fees will not commence. So we understand the fees and charges schedule commences from the 1st of July, but the anticipated completion of the capital works and the commencement of actually implementing the charges on site, we've built that in from the 1st of January in terms of the LTP.
Can we then just make sure that that clarification is noted so that the residents and the users of the Murupara transfer station are aware of literally this limbo period?
Yeah, that's a great point. There will be a media release going out and we can ensure that that's captured.
But also that there is a notification at the transfer station itself so that people are aware.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And just had a question. I did hear Steve mention that when we considered Murupara, because we had decided to support the community because they did not want the charges to go through because of what came through in the submissions, but then we decided that there would be a pilot program. So that pilot, does it have a clear, and I may have missed it, review of that involves getting the community's feedback?
There will be, but that won't be captured in the schedule because the schedule that we're asking you to adopt simply covers the first the first year of the LTP, so 24 to 25. So that being the pilot term, it won't be noted in there that we are then thinking of reviewing whether or not to continue. That will be another decision that comes through in your process, but it won't be in the document itself.
Will it be in the communication to the public?
Yes. Exactly how we do the review and how we capture feedback from the community, we won't have that in there because that won't be determined yet. But the intention to review it at the end of that first year and make a decision about whether to continue will be in there.
No, thank you, that's good, because I acknowledge that Murupara has the highest deprivation in our district. So I'm glad that that's going to happen and that that's going to be communicated to them and by the public.
Councillor Rangiaho.
Thanks, Councillor Isles and Councillor Boynton for following that up. And there is a real emphasis, Lainey, on their communication. It really is. People are already talking it's starting on the 1st of July, but going back to what Councillor Isles had spoken about, it was, my understanding was to start on the 1st of January. And, you know, to what you've explained, thank you, Gary, for giving that explanation, but it still sounds a bit wee wawa, and it'll be really good to tighten that up and to give our Murupara and surrounding communities a bit of confidence and or of our processes. So it wasn't a question, it was supporting. Thank you to Councillor Isles and Councillor Boynton for raising those, because that was one of my concerns as well, starting date.
Well, it's probably important to separate the approval of fees and charges from Murupara. So there is a plan, there will be a comms plan that goes out, there will be a whole bunch of communication over the next 6 months, there will be an education program, and then there will be a lot of information that is shared with the community around the pilot and what the intention of the pilot is, and then process to receive feedback afterwards. I think probably it's important to reference that there will be further comms and direction and guidance coming out to the community when we do the media release around the fees and charges, so that, you know, it answers and addresses those questions.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's actually just been clarified right at the end there by Bevan about the community education program and awareness of what's going to happen at the transfer station and the changes at it imminently. So thank you for that.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. On page 94 on 1.1.3, it talks about a meter test refundable if the meter is faulty of $210. That seems to be quite high to me. I mean, I would have thought that if part of our push is to use less water, which then reduces some of our costs in other areas, that would be very off-putting for people even to think of doing a meter test at that price. Does that take in that fact that it would reduce prices if the meter was found to be faulty, or?
So if it's faulty, then we refund it and we replace the meter. So the meters are council owned, and we're installing them. But there's a cost to go and test them, and we'll have hundreds initially and potentially thousands of meters. So we won't be doing that testing internally. We're going to need to contract that out, and so we need to capture an element of covering those costs. So as much as possible, we will, we'll try to minimise the amount of costs, and ultimately it's going to depend on what do those contract rates look like, and if we can make some amendments to that, we will. But that's an estimate of cost recovery.
So if the meter is found to be faulty, you're going to refund. So people have to step up with $210 to start with, and if it's found to be faulty, it'll be refunded. If it's found to be faulty, will there be a bit of money? Obviously, this is for when the water meter is used to charge people per litre. Will there be a refundable amount per litre for the last, say, month or so when it was noticed to be faulty?
That's a good question. So the testing's not so much on the meter, it's the backflow device. So we're installing meters with a backflow component. So the testing is actually testing the backflow, which keeps the network and the users safe from any contamination that comes back through. So the meter will still record, and they haven't, proven to be faulty historically. It's the device around backflow that is testing.
So just to clarify, the backflow meter is on the house side of the meter, and so therefore if that's faulty, it'll let more water through the meter and then backflows, is that right?
No, the faultiness is it coming back.
It lets water come back.
That's the point of putting in a backflow device in. It stops the ability from water to come back. If there's a mains break somewhere and you've got water troughs or something like that which has heat pressure, it can go back, bring contaminants back into the network. So it's generally not the meter or the the volumetric charging that's impacted. It's the backflow device which is attached to the meter. So that's where the charge is for that testing.
So then why would anyone report it if it doesn't affect their charge per metre for the water they're using?
We have, it's mandatory to test backflow devices. So we have to go and test annually backflow devices. So it's not voluntary, I'm going to ring up, I don't think my backflow device is working. We've got a contract to test these annually. There's going to be a charge for that testing.
I'm a bit confused here. So the charge is to who? The charge is to the council per metre.
So we get charged by the contractor, and then we pass on that cost to the owner or to the property owner.
If the backflow thing is faulty?
If the backflow thing is faulty, then we don't charge. So that's what it says here.
If it's our backflow meter, and why are we charging the property owner if they don't actually report a problem?
Because there's a cost of providing the testing service. So every device gets tested annually.
So everyone's going to get charged $210 annually?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it. Thank you.
Where there are backflow devices. So we haven't got backflow devices across every connection yet. So rather than just rating for it, where people don't have a backflow device, they'll be paying for people that do have a backflow device. So it's a user charge in effect.
I thought it was only the medium hazard and high hazard boundary devices that would be tested once a year, that the household ones is only every 3 or 4 years.
At this stage, it's high risk.
So not the individual houses.
Some houses are connected to like a farm, which is deemed high risk from a backflow risk perspective.
Yeah, thank you.
How long does it take to test a backflow device? Is it quick?
I'm unsure. Information on that.
Councillor Puller. And then Councillor Tangents.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of things really, just for Councillor Dennis's benefit. Council do monitor the water take, and if they discover that a property is using more water, then they alert the property owner and check. And it may be that there's a leak on the property owner's side, or the meter's faulty. So then there's you don't get a cashback so much. I think it's more a credit. But the other point I'd like to ask is, I'm probably a bit ahead of myself here, but if I'm happy to move that the report be received when the time comes. Thank you.
Tangents.
I think I had 2 questions. One was kind of following up from Councillor Dennis, because I remember this conversation, and you've kind of partly clarified it. But just to be really clear, with the backflow testing of the backflow preventers, it's not that lots of households are going to be inspected and charged every year. It's particular high-risk properties, right? So, okay, I think it's important to understand that. And they're essentially commercial properties, but they may have some domestic attached to them as part of the thing, but it's essentially testing commercial properties which are high risk. Thank you. My other question was around the airport charges. I'm trying to find where it was. Could I guess this is to Lainey. Could you please just remind us of so it talks about recent discussions with the Ministry of Transport.
Yeah.
Could you just remind us what those discussions were?
Yes, I wasn't at them. Were you at them, Bevan? Because Mark Reed, our airport manager, was responsible for those. Essentially, my understanding is that after you decided that more consultation with the airport users group needed to happen before confirming the landing charges, Mark and other members of the team met with them, and then they were kind of generally in agreement that it was fair and right to charge, and then that was taken as a report to the ministry and they were asked to approve. Is that your understanding?
I can probably clarify that. So it's a process. So any changes to fees and charges at an airport, especially a JV airport, needs to be approved by the Ministry of Transport. And what they want to see is a process of consultation and engagement with airport users, and some rationale around the fees, the changes, and ultimately that they all make sense. And so through the annual plan fees and charge changes last year, we hadn't at that point gone through that process of having Ministry of Transport sign off. So this, the reference to conversations with the Ministry of Transport is just making sure we're following that process.
Yeah, thank you. And Lainey, did you just say that the airport users group agreed that it was fair to put in the fee?
That's my understanding. And in fact, when they came earlier they made submissions to be heard in November when the decision was made to adopt the previous fees and charges schedule. I do recall that there was no real opposition to the introduction of fees. There was mainly opposition to the fact that the consultation hadn't at that point been done thoroughly enough. But there was no kind of resistance because they could see that currently ratepayers were subsidising the use of the airport, and they could understand why that was no longer considered fair.
Thank you. And one last question, if I may, which is, I think one of the points raised was
With all these fees, you want to make sure that the cost of collecting fees doesn't exceed the amount of money that you get. And I think that was one of the issues raised. So we're confident that there's a net gain from...
Yeah, absolutely. So when the decision was made to waive the fees back in 2016, the cost of collecting was prohibitively high, but there's been some new systems brought in that actually make it very easy, and the level of fee that we were proposing and have now proposed to introduce is still relatively small, and we've also got in there essentially a cap, so there's a sort of an annual one-off fee that you can pay. So we think that it's a really reasonable ask, and then there is a benefit to us from now collecting those because the cost of collection is much lower.
Thank you.
Councillor Riles?
Thank you. Just to continue, Bevan, on the backflow meters. Regarding Murupara, we've installed them across all connected suppliers in Murupara, is that correct?
We've installed a lot. I'm not too sure of everyone, but we can come back on a report around who's connected. Who's had installation of backflow devices.
Okay, and the reason being because of the contamination that we've experienced over a long period of time in that water.
No, so the backflow devices have initially been focused on high risk, so we will have identified high risk properties or businesses that we would install backflow devices. We have installed a lot of meters to monitor water loss, and some of those meters will have backflow devices attached because it just makes sense to do them, and some of them won't. So perhaps we could bring a more fulsome report around backflow devices, meters, which some we volumetric charge, some we don't volumetric charge, and the rationale.
It would be great if we could have that report at some stage. Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, we're going backwards and forwards a little bit here now, but going back to Laney, with the airport charges, my understanding is that there's still, by the airport users, there's still quite a question over the cost of recuperating landing fees. Is that being ironed out, or?
I haven't been close to that. I wasn't aware that was still a lingering concern, but I can certainly go and check with Mark Reid and see whether he's getting that information through. My understanding from him is that it's essentially automated, and that we've already invested in that. So I can certainly investigate that further.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Boynton?
I know you've probably explained this before, but I just noticed that in the difference of the costs from the previous schedule of fees and charges to now, is there a sort of set percentage of how that calculated increase is made?
Yeah, sure. So between end of June 23 and end of June 24, inflation is approximately between 5.5% and 6%. That's my understanding. So when we prepared this schedule, we essentially cut that in half because the previous schedule was prepared in November for December implementation, and so the figure that we were given by the finance team was 2.7%. So our team then went through and adjusted every single fee and charge. Some of them, as discussed, were not adjusted because the previous adjustment had been considerable. So those sports fields in particular, and hall rental fees, and we felt it was unfair to then add another increase, and it wouldn't make a material difference. So halls and sports fields weren't changed at all since November. Everything else had a 2.7 approximate adjustment.
Thank you for that clarification. So 2.7% adjustment. Okay. Thank you.
Right. If there are no further questions, we'll move in a second, please. Councillor Tatros moves. Councillor O'Brien seconds. for those recommendations that the fees and charges schedule be received, that it be adopted for 24-25 according to the appendix, and that we note that the fees and charges will commence on the 1st of July 2024. Is there any discussion? I guess we've sort of had some of that. If not, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Passed. We've concluded the public part of our meeting, and so I need a resolution to exclude the public from what's coming. Councillor Isles moves it. Councillor James seconds it. All those in favour? Against? Morning tea time, folks. 15 minutes. Back at 11:15.
Did we vote? Did we vote?
Good.
I saw your hand go up. Yep. So we had a move and a second to readmit the public. All those in favour?
Let's vote
Oh,
on
no, you think. All those against, none, okay. Councillor O'Brien, would you like to finish us off?
Yep, all right. Kia unu e tātou, kia tātou katoa i tātou ko tau arihi hu karaiti. Te aroa te ato me te whiwhinga tahitangi te waru o tapu ake ake.
Kia ora. Well, thank you, everybody. That was a bit of a
Thanks, everybody.